Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Shayla Funk, and I'm an analyst in the Safety Policy Division. We're here today for our R20-07-013 Phase 1 Track 1 Technical Working Group meeting. I'm joined here today with some of my colleagues from the RASA section, and our program manager, Ben Turner, will be joining us shortly. As a reminder, this meeting will be recorded, and if you all could please make sure that your mics are muted if you are not speaking. Before we start discussing the agenda and what we have in store today, I'd like to do a quick round of introductions. So I briefly introduced the RASA section, but if we could just go through and hear which interveners and utilities are present today, and we could start with the utilities. So I'm just going to call them out by name, and please let me know who you have here today. So we'll start with PG&E.
Hi, good morning, Shayla. Ken Arnold, case manager for the risk OIR. Vincent Lowe from ERM will be speaking today as well.
Thank you. SCE.
Good morning, Shayla, and good morning, Steve, and good morning, parties. Chris Villas with Southern California Edison. With me today, joining for this technical working group is Dan Kamla from our regulatory shop. We also have others from the SCE team who may speak as needed. That includes Russell Archer, who is our counsel for this proceeding, as well as Doug Snow, who is among other things, the director for our general rate case. I would also just like to note for all parties that SCE is currently in a quiet period per CPUC rules with regard to our pending GRC proposed decision. And I would respectfully request that other parties understand if we contour our responses to any Q&A or discussion in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Sempra.
Good morning, Shayla. This is Josh Stewart, case manager for the risk OIR. For Sempra, we have our director of the general rate case, Chuck Manzik, and then we also have Jamie York speaking today from regulatory. And then from our ERM teams, we have Chris Baker, Mason Withers, and Jeff Bunting.
Thank you, Josh. Do we have a representative from TURN here today?
This is Jonathan Lesser, and Chuck Feinstein is here. I'm expecting Katie Morsoni to be participating as well.
Thank you. Anyone from PCF? Okay, not hearing anyone. Do we have anyone from UCAN?
Yes, good morning. Eric Wojcik here for UCAN. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. And how about MGRA?
This is Joseph Mitchell from MGRA.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone who would like to introduce themselves or their organization before we get started?
Good morning, Shayla. This is Chris Parks with Cal Advocates, and I'm joined by Anna Yang, Miles Gordon, and Tess Medeiros from Cal Advocates.
Thank you, Chris. I believe I hear someone speaking, but I think the volume may be a little low.
Good morning, this is Andrew Graff with Coalition of Conference.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, with that, let's get started. Steve will be controlling the slide deck for this morning, and I will be controlling the slide deck for this afternoon. We have our IT support online with us today, so if you have any issues, connecting or with your audio or have any other IT related questions, please contact Brevin Fong. Next slide, please, Steve. So we will start our morning off today discussing foundational elements. We'll begin with a presentation from Turn, and Turn will elaborate on its informal feedback provided to SPD and the technical working group on August 5th. MGRA will be doing the same, and then we'll have a period of time where we can discuss the presentations and provide feedback, questions, or any input. Then after that, we will start with a joint utility presentation on thresholds, and then go into a general discussion about it after. Next slide, please, Steve. Thank you. We'll have a lunch break from 12 to 1, and then the second half of this meeting we'll be discussing the baseline, and we will hear from Sempra in turn, and then have a general discussion about it from about 1:30 to 1:55. So with that, do we have any questions before we begin Turn's presentation? Okay, not hearing any. Next slide, please, Steve. And I will hand it over to Turn to begin their presentation. Thank you. Jonathan, will you be presenting today on behalf of Turn?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry, I was muted. I
Okay.
apologize. I will be presenting on behalf of Turn this morning. So could we have the next slide, please? So we know that foundational programs are defined as having no direct risk reduction effects. So that means that the RSEs of every foundational project is 0 by definition. A foundational project also is one that supports at least 2 mitigations. If it just supported 1, then it's easy to deal with. It's just part of that mitigation. And there's no need to address sunk costs in this because they're sunk, they don't affect decisions at all. Next slide, please. So what the goals of valuing foundational programs should be, the most important goal should be to avoid arbitrary cost allocations. And what we want to do is reflect the full costs of foundational programs to implement all the supported mitigations and mitigation portfolios. So what we're suggesting is we compute RSEs based on the present value of total risk reduction and the present value costs of mitigations, and including their required foundational elements. So what that means is that we compute the value for all potential combinations or mitigations. And that means excluding any possible combinations that the utility knows it cannot put together, such as mitigations that are mutually exclusive, or that the utility is not going to propose in its RAMP or GRC case. Next slide. So here's an example. We have T mitigations, M1, M2 through MT, and K foundational programs. So you can see on the diagram that we have, in this case, foundational program F1 supporting mitigations M1 and M2, and then foundational program F2, in this case, supports mitigations M2 and M3. And if we go to the next slide, we can see here all the, there's 7 different combinations of potential portfolios, each having a singular combination of foundational programs. And we can do the RSE calculations for all of them. And in this case, just note that when we say the plus signs are referring to combinations of mitigations with their respective foundational projects. So one possible objection to this is that there can be a lot of combinations. That's true, but we believe that it's quite easy for the utilities to automate their the process. We've looked at a simple example that PG&E was gracious enough to put together for us a few weeks ago. This way, by doing this, you get a complete analysis. You avoid any arbitrary adjustments to RSEs, and you can look at all this. You can then easily rank the different portfolios of mitigations. Next slide, please. There's Katie. Katie, do you want to take over?
Yeah, sorry that I'm running late this morning. The second week of school and things are still crazy.
Jonathan,
I think. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay. Would you prefer to wait until you finish with the presentation before we ask questions, or is it okay to interrupt you to ask questions as you present along?
I defer to Jonathan, but I think it'd be fine if you want to ask a question now.
Sure.
Okay. I have a question
please.
on this slide here. Going back to this slide. So F1 supports M1 and M2. And okay, so to make this symmetric in this table, why is, so you have M1 divided by M2, divided by F1. Why does it not show M2 also divided by F1 as an option?
I'm sorry, divided by, Steve, I don't understand.
So you want to look at all different scenarios, all different combinations.
Right.
And it looks to me like M2 PV of D ER. So using this formula here,
right.
Why don't you do the same for M2 using the top formula?
Because M2 is in the previous slide, you'll see that M2 requires both F1 and F2.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes.
Whereas M1 only requires F1. So that's why the formulas are different.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
I can go through this one if you want me to, Jonathan.
Sure. Either way, Katie.
Well, we propose this portfolio approach because we think it's really important to understand the different combinations of programs, and also for each of the mitigations to include all relevant cost to installing that mitigation. If you need to spend a foundational cost, that should be counted in the mitigation's overall cost. So for that reason, I think as we have gone through this, we oppose the adoption of any dollar threshold because basically that would mean that we're potentially just leaving out certain costs from the portfolio approach on the previous slide. And so that the mitigation RSEs wouldn't reflect the full cost of the different foundational projects that would be required to implement that mitigation, biasing the RSE scores upward. And so we want to make sure that all those foundational costs are included. And for that reason, we would like to not use any threshold below which a foundational project is not included in the scores. Because we want to make sure that the RSEs reflect the full cost and we have an appropriate and the accurate view of cost effectiveness. And I think that's it. I think if anyone has any additional questions. Hearing none.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Up next, we have MGRA. So Dr. Mitchell, I believe, will be presenting. So Steve, could you please go to Dr. Mitchell's presentation?
Hi, this is Joseph Mitchell, and I just wanted to present some brief ideas around foundational element impacts, explore a couple of things that sort of augment what Tern has already brought up. If we can continue. Foundational elements are defined as programs and initiatives that don't directly reduce consequences or reduce likelihood of risk events, but there are indirect dependencies in that if you don't have the foundational programs, you can't perform certain mitigations. And so it does have an effect. The question is, how can these indirect dependencies potentially be used? Next slide, please. So with spending on foundational programs, you generally expect, since these are by definition foundational, you generally expect limits in the very low spending limit. You're killing some essential program, and in the high spending limit, you're basically feather bedding it. And we're going to have a proposed amount of spending in each GRC, which is the area that the utility puts forward as being the best amount to spend on it. So if we can just skip to the next slide. So for instance, you take an IT department. If you remove an IT department, you're back to pen and paper and everything basically falls apart, and you can't perform your risk mitigation programs in the same way that you had been. Next slide, please. On the other hand, if you have so much money flowing into your IT department that you're buying 5 laptops for everybody, the incremental spend benefit just drops off. So we know that there is an optimum somewhere. The utility is purportedly putting that forward as its proposed spend. And if we look at the limits in the area of the proposed spend, if we can go to the next slide. One way of doing that is to look at perturbations above and below the proposed spend and just ask the question, how does that affect risk calculations? Just historically, we did, I think in the 2016 GRC for SDG&E, we tried this exercise with some data requests and really didn't get, it wasn't particularly productive at that time, but I think we've all made a lot of progress since that time as far as SMAP development. So it may be possible to do more of this type of analysis going forward. Next slide. So very simple example, increase spending on the program by a certain amount, 10% say. How does it affect the risk? If you decrease it by the same amount, how does it affect the risk? Utilities, as they do now, propose the amount of spend. Interveners could propose different amounts of spend. Now, there is some arbitrariness to this as to which projects and programs would be chosen to be affected. So as Dr. Lesser pointed out, your foundational program has, a number of mitigations that could be associated with it, and how this gets allocated between those is somewhat arbitrary. So next slide, please. So this is the turn analysis, which if it is feasible, and in the limit where the blocks are fairly large for the foundational programs, the number of permutations may not be too large. If things start getting fine-grained with very fine-grained mitigations and very fine-grained foundational programs, and you have to start looking at all the permutations between these, that could become rather difficult if it's not automated. And currently, I don't think a lot of these predictions as far as effects of foundational programs are automated. So the idea here, in relation to the CERN, TURN program, would be to add these deltas to the analysis as well, so that when we're talking about a foundational program, we can look at perturbations to that foundational program and see where, to validate that the spending on that program is also optimized. If there are intervener problems or questions with the choices that the utility makes regarding its foundational program spend, that could be the subject of a sensitivity analysis, where a intervener could request either a different delta, or they could request that the utility apply to different mitigations as prioritization, prioritize different mitigations if it hasn't gone through the full permutation analysis as proposed by TURN. So I'm just putting this out there as a proposal, as a way to get some feeling for whether we're doing an optimal.
I believe we may have lost Dr. Mitchell, so let's just wait a moment for him to return.
So it was Dr. Mitchell and not my computer. I thought it was my computer. Okay.
No, Steve. We can go back to his last slide. Oh, I see him.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Where did you lose me?
The previous slide, please, Steve. There we go.
Okay, so I don't know what you didn't hear and did. So this is the TURN proposal, which basically calculates all the valid permutations of foundational elements and mitigations, which we agree is a good way to do it if they're fairly coarse-grained and we can address all of those in a rigorous manner. If they become excessively fine-grained, then it may become onerous to address every single permutation, and you may want to allow utility flexibility as far as which would be the primary selected, with the caveat that interveners could request other combinations as data requests or a sensitivity analysis. What we would add is the deltas, which are the perturbations around the proposed amount of foundational spending, to ascertain whether we are in an optimal area for foundational spending for the mitigation or for the mitigation set that we're talking about in the ramp and GRC proposals. So that's it, and I'm happy to take any questions.
This is Jonathan Lesser. I have a question.
Sure.
How do you know? Well, first off, your risk. If you go back, Steve, to one of the slides showing the risk. Yeah, thank you. You don't know. You really don't have a nice continuous function the way you've drawn it, I don't think. The other issue is, how are you defining optimal spending? It seems to me you're defining it as the point where you get a change in spending of, say, 10% reduces risk by 10%, or vice versa. I guess I just simply don't understand, why is that the optimal level?
I think what you're looking at is, you're actually looking at a higher derivative here. And what you're trying to do is make sure that your behavior is well understood, at the least, in the area that the utility is proposing to spend money. There is always the question: is this program being gold-plated? Or conversely, hey, if we doubled our spending on this program, would we increase, provide more than double our risk value and risk mitigation? So understanding the behavior, and I think you're correct. There is no place where we have defined, okay, this is the optimal, but I think you can understanding the sensitivity to changes will give you a feeling of whether it is in a reasonable range, or whether, for instance, and this is something I think a lot of interveners are curious about, is the utility overspending on this particular program? And this allows a mechanism for them to demonstrate that they are not, that this, if they were to change substantially or incrementally in the region of their spend, for instance, decrease their spending, that risk would go up, and your risk spend efficiencies would be lesser. So.
Thanks.
Dr. Mitchell, this is Eric Wojcik. If I can ask.
Eric, could you talk a little bit closer to the microphone, please?
Yep.
Eric, I cannot hear you.
Okay, I wasn't speaking. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I guess I'm wondering your conclusion, if we go two slides forward, that if we don't have too much complexity in this, it should be fine. Doesn't run contrary to where we think we're going with risk spend programs, and the complexity of location, customer location, et cetera. So yeah, that's fine. By the way, that slide there is simple delta method. So I'm just asking your opinion. Doesn't it seem like we're going to get more complex, not less? And if that's the case, then your conclusion here is that it's going to get more difficult to get fidelity in the calculations, or what exactly is the problem with greater complexity?
I think that the complexity is that if we go to the final slide, for instance, with the return proposal, you're looking at all the permutations, and every one of these permutations is going to have some sort of analysis associated with it, whether it's subject matter expert or data analysis and so forth. If this increases without because it's permutations, the number of possible combinations is going to increase, as a multiple of your portfolio and your foundational programs. So if you're going finer and finer grained on your foundational programs and on your mitigations, which, I think everybody does want to get more fine grained, this particular approach could become difficult. If it doesn't, if all of this is automated and it works, then forget I said anything. Just go ahead and do it, because it's a valid way to go forward. But if you're running into limitations with this matrix of mitigations versus foundational programs, then because this is going to be a sparse matrix, remember, the thing that the utility actually ends up doing is one combination out of this giant potentially very large combination of programs that apply to a particular mitigation. There's going to be a certain number of mitigations that apply to each of the foundational programs, and the utility is going to make one choice about how it balances those in the end. If you have lots and lots of combinations, then most of those calculations get thrown out. Of course, we do want to make sure that the utility is doing the right thing and that they can justify what they're doing. So yeah, I don't think it may be a moot point if these are coarse grained, but as they get finer grained, then you could just run into problems with maintaining this matrix. So then in that case, the alternative proposal that we suggested would be, okay, the utility proposes a combination and we look at deltas around that. In addition, interveners can request alternative combinations that they want calculated. So that's but if you can do them all, it's fine. Do them all.
Yep, got it. Thank you. I just expect we're going to get to more complexity and need more granularity. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Mitchell, Vincent here. Just some couple questions and thoughts on my end. First, I just wanted to confirm with you that when you said you're calculating derivatives, it's basically the change in the risk reduction given divided by the change in the risk reduction due to a change in the foundational cost.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay. So, I mean, I think some issues that we see on our end is basically that function, right? How the risk reduction changes, the risk reduction as a function of foundational cost. That function is, I think it's going to be hard for us to define. I mean, we know certain points on that function, right? You know that the change in risk reduction is going to be, the risk reduction is going to go all the way to 0 if you don't do the foundational program, and the other extreme too. But you're not actually coming up with a smooth differentiable function for that. I think may be challenging for us given our technology.
Yeah, and that's why Vincent, the suggestion was, okay, we don't necessarily know what the limits are or how it behaves, and you don't have to define this entire function to have some use. You have a proposal that is your proposed spend, which is your central value. You look at maybe incremental deltas around that value and say, okay, I change it this much in the negative direction. How does that change my risk? I change it this much in the positive direction. How does that change my risk? So, one thing we have proposed in the past is, what if you eliminated the program? What would happen? And of course, then you're over on the left side of the curve there. for the foundational programs, risk goes through the ceiling. So that doesn't necessarily help you determine any, so you know your program is valuable, but you don't necessarily know whether you picked the amount of spending that is the best.
Right. So to your example about the laptops, where everybody gets 5 laptops, that might be one extreme. But for example, adding additional memory to my laptop or something, adding additional memory to my whole department's laptops, that in itself might be hard to detect, the changes given that small incremental amount spent,
right?
Something like that.
Right. Well, and that's why I think we're talking about coarse versus fine graining. I mean, if you're talking about your IT spend and the tens of thousands of different spending items that are going to be included in your IT department, looking at the individual contributions of each one doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't think. Looking at the overall program and saying, okay, we're going to spend a certain amount, everybody's going to get a memory upgrade. Now, if you reduced your spending by 10%, now the question is, okay, are we going to skip memory upgrades on everybody's laptop this year, or are we going to do something else? What would we do if we cut spending by 10%? What would our proposal be with a 10% spending cut? What mitigations would be affected and how would that then, once we've changed the mitigation investments, how would that, or their effectiveness, how would that change the risk? So all of these tens of thousands, these 10,000 different elements that can be combined to your IT spending, I don't think it would be productive for CPUC or interveners to, dig into the details of, well, are you going to spend it on your data center? Are you going to upgrade everybody's laptop? I mean, I think that's really getting into the weeds. However, okay, you as PG&E, as the utility, make the proposal. Okay, 10% less spending. What are you going to cut and where? And then, based on that, what are the effects on safety? Interveners can come in and say, oh, wait a minute, I think you cut spending here, but that's not really where you should be spending, cutting your spending, you should cut it here instead. What would be the effect if you did that? So that's the kind of conversations that you could have at RAMP or GRC time regarding this sensitivity. But one thing it allows you to do is just to validate, okay, we're spending, we think, every utility thinks it's spending the right amount on each of these foundational programs. This just asks, can you justify that? Okay, can you show us if you spent more, you wouldn't get as much safety payoff. It reduces, it's not linear. Whereas if you cut it, then we're cutting more into safety than we would like to. So that's I think what this is intended to do.
I see. Thanks for clarifying. I do think that even what you're suggesting, like perturbing the value by plus minus 10% or something, I do think we will end up with still rough estimates, right? I mean,
sure.
Because and yeah, I think that would it would be hard for us to come up with a function, and polling people to see what would happen if we cut spending by 10% or increase it by 10%. I think you get a mix of answers, and they'll all be rough estimates. So, I mean, that would be a caveat of applying this methodology today.
Understood. Thanks.
Dr. Mitchell, good morning. This is Chris Vias with SCE. Thank you for your presentation and the information. Always great to talk with you. At what point, Dr. Mitchell, when we are examining things in this regard, are we departing from forecast-based rate making? That at a certain point, are we asking for a level of, if you will, accuracy or pointillistic rigor that seems to be perhaps inconsistent with the idea of a utility having to estimate years in advance what it will be spending. And I mean it both on this is, forgive my inartful phrasing, but I mean it on the top end and the bottom end. I mean it both on when the utility forecasts and when the utility is held to account for what it spent compared to its forecast. I would welcome your thoughts on that. And I would welcome it just in a really fulsome way about forecast-based rate making. Do you believe, Dr. Mitchell, that in a sense that this kind of analysis is antithetical to forecast-based rate making? And if so, do we need to go to a different regime? I'd really welcome your thoughts.
No, I don't think I don't think it's inconsistent, and I'm having trouble seeing how it actually would be inconsistent. If you're trying to this is part of forecasting. When you're doing a forecast, you're doing a best estimate based on your current knowledge, projecting into the future, and then applying that. This is, in essence, an extra element of quality control on that forecast. It is a demonstration that your forecast is based in at some level of effort to optimize the value you're providing to ratepayers. This is just provides a mechanism to provide a level of validation. Is that not what you're looking for?
Maybe we can take this on a smaller group discussion or something. I think we might get really into the weeds here very quickly, but I appreciate your thoughts. Let me think about it. Maybe we could have a discussion. It might even include, maybe we could have a written exchange with all parties copied on it. But thank you for your thoughts. I think we maybe are looking at this fundamentally a little bit differently. And I don't want to take up too much of your time here with that. Thank you.
Sure.
Excuse me, this is Eric Wojcik, to just answer in part your question, Mr. Vias. My experience with 40 years of public utility regulation, public convenience and necessity, the entire legal framework, it seems entirely consistent. Safety is just one aspect, but it's a very, very important aspect. And I can't see how it could be considered inconsistent.
Thank you, Eric. This is Chris, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you quite correctly. Obviously, for SCE safety is paramount. Maybe we'll find a forum to have a discussion about forecast-based rate making in connection with all of these analytical proposed suggestions or requirements. But I appreciate where you're coming from, Eric. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Mitchell. So I'm just trying to see if I understand this correctly. What it comes across to me is in the ramps, we see a lot of risk analysis, a lot of mitigation proposals at certain levels. Okay, this many miles of line are going to be hardened in such a way. And so the numbers that come out of that then are sort of like an accounting of, okay, what is the risk reduction? What was the risk? What's the risk reduction? What's the risk spend efficiency? But what I don't really see in the ramps is, how did the utility arrive at that level of mitigation, those number of miles? How did it allocate funds across these different mitigations? And so if I understand this correctly, is the objective of this to kind of like drive, to drive what level of mitigation is going to be submitted so that it's going to be optimal? Is that kind of the purpose of this, or am I not understanding it correctly?
Yeah, yes, it's true. Now, this is, I'll say that I applied this to foundational elements, which are bigger programs. And also, it was applied based on, a utility choice of a combination of things that are going to be in that foundational program. However, you could apply a similar approach to the mitigations itself, to themselves, if you wanted to get down into the details at that fine of a grain. So, a utility proposes, okay, we're going to put 1,000 miles of covered conductor in over the course of this GRC. What if we did 1,500? What if we did 500? Or reduce it, 800 versus 1,200. I mean, you could break it down into that level of where you've got a proposal. What are the differences if you reduce the spending a little bit, increase it a little bit? That will show you whether you're on some steep curve or whether it's a shallow curve. And that's sort of what you expect it to be, is sort of steeper on one side than the other, but not, not so dramatically different that it tells you that you're spending on the wrong thing. So yeah, you could actually use this for mitigations. That's not what we're proposing at this time, but this is it is trying to figure out whether you've hit some sort of, if not optimal, reasonable level of spending.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Do we have any further questions on Jerry's presentation?
This is sorry, Shayla, this is Mason from SDG&E. I guess in a lot of this, I'm sort of curious in how we think we would roll this out. Or like for Dr. Mitchell's proposal, is this we would figure out how we would do it and then just do it wholesale for all utilities going forward? Or would we pilot out something? Or that I guess that's my general question. If Dr. Mitchell says something could get complicated, it will, and he can handle a lot more complicated things than the average person. So if he thinks it is, it probably will. And I'm just hesitating. I wouldn't want to go in whole hog as it goes in something that could lead us down a rat hole. So just kind of throwing that out there. How would we actually implement for each of the utilities? Thank you.
Yeah, I would think it would start with a pilot. I think that would be appropriate for either, our proposal or Turn's proposal. And then, and of course, with plenty of discussion, we need to, obviously, there are some technical issues that not everybody is quite satisfied with in these discussions. And I think that needs to be, hammered out between parties and, and the commission prior to this being, rolled out to any particular utility. And then some utility would be the first to pilot it, and we would look at the results of that. And that's how I would imagine any of these things going forward.
Thanks.
On that note, Dr. Mitchell, so, and I think Mason was talking about, how complicated it might be if there were a pilot or a trial. I'm just curious, would it be simpler to try to pilot this on a non-foundational program where it was a very specific mitigation, just because then it has less permutations and that kind of stuff? Or do you think it's important that this would be piloted on a foundational program?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think, definitely test drives would be appropriate for it. How those get chosen, I think, we can discuss that in more detail as we, at first decide whether, there is consensus, whether it's a good idea or valuable or not. And then if so, then how to explore it. What are the most fruitful avenues that we could go forward with? Maybe just not even as part of a ramp, but as a separate exercise under SMAP to sort of hammer out the details with specific examples.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question, but it's actually for the utilities. If we didn't have this foundational elements approach proposed here, how have the utilities been treating the foundational activities costs in their past GRCs? Have you been lumping them into general overhead?
Steve, as Vincent here, no, we did not lump it into a general overhead. We just identified programs that were foundational, and we showed the cost for those foundational programs. And we noted that them being foundational, they have we didn't calculate the risk reduction scores for them because they don't have a risk reduction score. That's what we did in our RAP.
So even for something like providing your employees with laptops, that would not be considered a foundation for a general office overhead costs?
So in our proposal, the foundational programs are the ones that are specifically primarily for the mitigations, right? So I think that's one of the things that we had talked about earlier, and we provided informal comments on that as well, is that if we're going to we need to make sure that the programs that we're talking about are primarily related to safety and risk purposes. Otherwise, we'd be putting a lot of things in that don't really give us any clarity to the risk scores. So things like, buying computers, every employee here gets a laptop, so we use that for doing general business use. And that's not primarily a risk thing. Whether we have a mitigation or not, we would still need the laptop. So that's why we mentioned that in our informal comments, that to be even considered a potential foundational program, it needs to be related, primarily used for risk purposes.
Can I ask Vincent a follow-up question? This is Katie.
Yeah, sure.
So I guess, are you saying, I just want to confirm, I'm always, I'm a lawyer, so I'm a step behind on some of the math stuff, but are you saying that those foundational costs that are related to safety and risk would be included in the mitigations that they support overall cost? In the past, that was how PG&E was addressing it?
No, I was saying that going forward, we want to apply that test, right? That has to be primarily related to risk purposes. Like general purpose laptops, I don't believe that was in our RAMP filing, for example. But we want to make it clear that those shouldn't be considered in future filings because they are not primarily justified, but for risk purposes.
Okay. So in the past SMAP,
And I meant risk purposes, not safety. My bad. Yeah.
okay, so in the past ramp, I guess that just finished, how were foundational costs addressed or included?
Right. So, for example, we had a foundational cost. One of them is let's see, community wildfire safety program. That was considered a foundational program. We listed the program, we showed the costs, and we noted that those are foundational and they don't have an RC. Another way you can interpret in line with what you mentioned in your presentation was that those have an RC of 0.
So where were those community wildfire safety program costs included, or were they just not included in the RSCs?
They are their own separate line item.
Okay, even though there was even though they had no risk spend efficiency.
Yes.
Okay, and then did you identify the mitigations that required the community wildfire safety program to be in place in order to deploy the mitigation?
I believe in our ramp. I don't know if we went to list out those mitigations. I think we do have them, but I'm not sure that we're listed out in the ramp.
Okay, so all right, I think that would it would follow that you didn't include the cost of the CWSP in the supported mitigations, because if you hadn't even identified what was supported, you obviously weren't including the cost, right?
Yeah, we did not. Yes, correct. We kept the cost out separately. We listed the cost out separately.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
May I ask a question about this topic for the next slide? And my question actually is for Vincent about the discussion that you were just discussing, like community wildfire program. So in this description of foundational element, do not directly reduce the consequence or reduce the likelihood of risk events. So you're saying the community wildfire program does not directly reduce the consequence or reduce the likelihood of risk events? Do I understand that correctly?
Well, let me be a bit more detailed in my answer. It was the Community Wildfire Safety Program Management Office. So it's the guys who are the program managers who are responsible for managing the mitigations, the managers who manage that program. So it's not the program itself, but the PMO that's related. That is the foundational item.
So the program itself is not a foundational program? Do I understand that right?
Yeah, it's the PMO, the Project Management Office.
Okay. And in order to have the program, you have to have the PMO? Is that it's dependent upon having that? It's required in order to have that program. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But would it be possible to, even though it might not be possible to have a very specific RSC for that some level of estimate could be provided for that function? Just to put it in context to understand how that PMO office does play a role in reducing, risk. Do you think or are you saying there's no way to estimate that at all? I mean, could like an estimate be more information than no estimate at all?
Yeah, I think any estimate you make is just going to be a wild estimate, and the information content on that might actually be negative information content, right? It might actually be, so, you know, it doesn't have, I'm not sure what kind of rigor that estimate would have, and it could actually end up being misleading.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, this is Fred Haynes with Safety Policy Division. My understanding is that example just mentioned is exactly the kind of thing that we're trying to get our process around accounting for. So Vincent mentioned a project management office, which consists of a number of staff people, managers. That office is going to be an essential part of making specific mitigations happen. But that the cost of that, setting up that office, it's just, you just can't automatically assign that cost because there's so many separate mitigations stemming from it that, and if you didn't have that office, those mitigations effectiveness would be, you might not be able to do them at all, or they're you know, would be very limited. So something like what Turn is proposing, where you say, yeah, you know, we have 3, 4, 5, 6 mitigations. All of them count on this as a foundational support element. So we're going to run that calculation, RSEs, showing the various results. I guess what you would remove one mitigation and show the RSEs for the remainder. You would remove another mitigation, show the RSEs for what remained. That would be the result of applying the Turn model.
Was that a question for Vincent or for Turn?
Well, I guess it's a question. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'll put it to Vincent first.
Yeah, I think right in our example, I brought up the PMO, the CWSP PMO, because it is in our example, and you could do the kind of analysis that you're thinking about. And one of the things that that's already been mentioned is basically of concern is, you know, some foundational programs support a lot of mitigations, so the permutations could get could increase very fast, right? Because essentially the permutations could increase exponentially. So I think Turn is right to point out that you want to focus on the permutations that make sense, that can in fact be done.
I'll let Jonathan and Chuck also answer, but I think in addition to what Vincent just said, I think our concern is if a mitigation doesn't operate without this foundational cost, then it should have the foundational cost included. However, if we try and allocate foundational cost in some arbitrary way, we're not going to get accurate RSEs necessarily, which is what led to our portfolio approach, which, yes, it could lead to a lot of permutations, but when you know, limit it to the ones that are, you know, reasonably, you know, can be completed, I guess is what I would say. That's going to reduce it some. And I think it's just, in our view, it's important to understand the different ways that these mitigations and foundational programs interact with one another. And, you know, perhaps a mitigation is better supported if it is paired with another mitigation because they share that foundational cost. But if you don't have that foundational, you know, if only one mitigation is supporting that foundational cost, or, you know, 2 rather than 3, it's less well supported. So I think we're just trying to understand these different interactions. So I'm hoping that we could come up with a way that is, potentially automated that allows us to explore the different interactions. Chuck or Jonathan, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, this is Chuck. And I just wanted to say that the turn proposal, I believe, is consistent with what PG&E has presented. And I further suggest that what we're trying to do is address the fundamental decisions which are about specific foundational programs. So that, Chris, in answer to your question, the intent is to compute RSEs for different portfolios of mitigations by, in the example you gave, taking one or more out and seeing whether or not the foundational program cost can be implicitly justified. So we're not trying to answer the question, well, suppose you change the foundational program, suppose you change spending by a certain amount. We're instead trying to find out whether or not it's possible to justify implicitly a specific set of foundational programs.
Charles, but does the absence of that, this is Chris with SCE, I apologize. Does the absence of such justification harm the utility's burden of proof then? I'd like to understand where you're coming from a little bit better.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Please repeat.
Okay. Charles, this is Chris with SCE, and thank you for your comments. My question was, I hear what you're saying, but are you implicitly saying that the absence of such justification would be detrimental to the utility meeting its burden of proof? I mean, how do you see this fitting into the regulatory context of the utility meeting its burden of proof in both, for example, its ramp showing and in its GRC funding requests?
I'm going to take that as it's a legal question.
Okay, Katie. I'm sorry. I did not mean to put Charlie on the spot at all.
Well,
sorry.
It's an initial point. There's no.
By the way, Katie, I'm not a lawyer right now. I work for ERM now, so I'm allowed to ask these questions.
Yeah, but when you say burden of proof, you're asking a legal.
You're right. I can't help myself, Katie. Too many years of being a lawyer.
So the first, I'd point out that in the ramp, there's no decision point. So I don't know that the burden of proof is necessarily an appropriate discussion to have there. Second, it is up to the utility to justify its programs, consistent with its burden of proof. And, the utility can do whatever it wants. It can suggest something that perhaps doesn't have an RSE that demonstrates that it's a sufficient use of, or a effective use of ratepayer funds, but then it's up to the utility to demonstrate why it would still be required. This is about scoring things, based on their risk. It's not about necessarily meeting the burden of proof in the general rate case. I guess I just don't see that that's a question that applies when we're trying to identify the cost efficiency of different uses of customer money.
Katie, this is Chris, and thanks for your thoughts. Maybe we're talking past each other a little bit because I'm trying to understand. It's one thing to say we're just trying to understand this. It doesn't affect the burden of proof, but is it an informational item, or is it something that does affect whether the utilities, for example, in the GRC cost requests are approved or not? And I would just also note that while RAMP does not adjudge the reasonableness of the utilities mitigations, there's absolutely a burden of proof in the RAMP as the commission judges whether RAMP requirements are met or not, and the individual utility litigations lead to a final decision where the commission adjudges that or not.
If you can't show that a program is an efficient use of ratepayer dollars, TURN is going to oppose it. I can't speak to what the commission is going to do. Turn is going to say that that's not the best use of ratepayer dollars. So if you can't demonstrate that a foundational program that costs a bunch of money provides required support for mitigations, we have a pretty good argument when we get to the general rate case that it's not an efficient use of ratepayer funds. So that's on the utility to determine that they still think that it's a cost-effective use of customer dollars.
I appreciate where you're coming from, so long as it's understood that the utility may have other grounds for justifying such foundational programs. It may not directly, for example, reduce safety risk, but it may be of other use to our customers ultimately. And
Which is why I said earlier, it's still up to the utility to demonstrate why they need to spend certain dollars in the general rate case. This is just a piece of that puzzle. It is a piece, it is a part and a way that you can justify spending, but it's only one way. It is up to the utility to justify their spending. And we're saying that if you're trying to justify it as a required safety program, but it doesn't demonstrate a cost-efficient use of ratepayer dollars, we're going to argue against it. If you have a whole bunch of other reasons why it's a good program, we'll look at it based on all those other reasons too.
Yep, I think
it's how rate cases work.
Yep. Katie, we've clarified it with each other. We're good here.
I just want to jump in and say we have about 2 minutes left before we start our next presentation. So if there are any last questions for Turn or MGRA or the utility proposals, now would be a good time.
So this is Mason with SDG&E. I'll raise the same concern I had before, is that anything that we want to go forward with, I strongly recommend we do it with specific pilots and examples in place. We do have a wildfire mitigation program that some of what they do is help prioritize work and therefore are adding to risk reduction in a better use of spending the dollars, but they also do regulatory kind of filings that the WMP requires a lot of their work to be done. And figuring out exactly what percentage of their time is for risk reduction, is for compliance, and is for other general business. Very complicated. And I totally agree with everything that Katie just said, but I will advise that sometimes when you're justifying things through numbers and through narrative, people might focus on the number, and it's a lot more complicated. There isn't numbers around the some of the work that they do, and there's numbers on some of it. So I would just advise that if we're trying to come up with how you justify why we need money, sometimes people might look at the RC numbers as a more weight than a narrative, and that's just not how we think it should be, in my opinion. So I just want to put those points out there. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mason. Okay, next, Steve, could you?
Hey, Sheila, I have one item I want to point out. I have I've noticed it for some time now. There is a slight mistake in the definition, this proposed definition of what a foundational element is. I use the word multiple here. The word multiple mitigation, multiple implies 3 or more in English. So that's actually an inaccuracy. It should be 2 or more. So I'm going to make a correction when I forward the proposal to the judge. So it will be changed from 2 or more mitigation programs, but do not directly so and so. So just yeah. So I want parties aware of that. Also, I want to point out that the word support multiple mitigation is fairly imprecise. It really implies enable or enhance the capability of mitigation programs. So I want to get your preference, your feedback on whether or not we should use the word support or make it more precise to say enable or enhance. Or should we leave it as it is? Just say support.
Steve, what was the proposal to use either
So
enable
instead of
or enhance, or to use the phrase enable or enhance? Is it, are
yeah,
you asking to choose between enable, enhance, or support, or are you asking to choose between
so two options.
enable
One is okay. One is to just leave it the way it is. Use the word support. The other option is to make it more specific. Instead of saying support, say enable or enhance. It's more
This
precise.
is Melinda.
Pardon me?
This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities, and I guess I generally appreciate more precision, but in terms of the suggestion enable multiple mitigation programs, what I have a problem with on that is how could you possibly enable mitigation programs without reducing the likelihood of risk events or the consequences or likelihood? In other words, if it enables something, it should be.
Well, let's take an example. Let's say that PG&E wants to build a gas control center that reduces distribution risk and gas distribution risk and gas transmission risk. Those are two separate risks. And that building could cost, tens of millions of dollars. But that building itself does not directly reduce risk. It is there to support the control center function to reduce risk. So doesn't that answer your question?
Well, I mean, if they need the building in order to be able to do the risk, I think it should be included in the analysis. If they need the building in order to mitigate the risk, I think that it should be included in the RSE analysis. And I think that.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. That's the whole concept of the foundational elements, is to figure out how to consider the full cost of the foundational of the building, the foundational element.
I guess what I'm suggesting is I think my concerns from the very beginning have been like, what is directly reducing the consequences or the likelihood of risk events? I don't think we're closer than we were. I think everyone still seems to have their own personal definition of what is indirect and what is direct. Mm-hmm. But I generally appreciate the thought process of becoming more specific. I just don't know if that's the spot that we needed as much as the second part of the clause.
Okay. Any other thoughts besides Melinda on the?
Stephen, Stephen, this is Chris with SCE. We are supportive of your suggestion of using the word enable. I believe we addressed that briefly.
Not just enable, but enable or enhance.
Yeah, I think terminology that's a little bit more pointed than support, because support is such a broad term. I think we're generally supportive there, and I appreciate where Melinda is coming from. I think that one thing is that, and I speak for SCE here, the other utilities can join or not, but part of it is that we're trying to have this contoured in a way that the showing is something that is effective and transparent, not just for the commission, but for parties. And, one of the things SCE worries about here is, as we're working through this, I think a general theme of SCE is we need to be able to show it so that we can show what's there and be accountable for what's there, so that, to use a really bad art example, the idea is the background doesn't overwhelm the foreground, so that parties can really see what it is that we're trying to do and why. And that, it's easy to say, well, we can just give more and more information, but it's a record. I mean, Melinda works really hard. Steve, you work really hard. Shayla, you work really hard. Katie in turn works really hard. And we're trying to make it so that the record becomes an understandable thing rather than something that becomes this huge morass that parties have to kind of sort through to even find what's useful. And I will
But
in that editorial there.
isn't all necessarily in the record. It's being.
Katie, yes, I meant record in terms of what parties like Turn have to assess. I didn't mean the evidence.
As I will say now, I will say forever, let us decide what's too much information and too much data. Please don't decide for us. Let us make that decision.
I'd like to jump in really quick.
Turning the slightest.
All right. Thank you everyone for providing feedback on Steve's question. For the RASA team's recommendation, I would like to move our discussion along, and if we'd like to come back to this before lunch and we have time, that would be great. But for now, let's move towards the joint utility presentation on threshold. So Steve, can you please pull up the presentation? It's next slide. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Vincent here once again. Could you go back to the first slide, please? One thing I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, the next slide. Yeah. No, just one more slide back. Back. The header slide. Yes, thank you. Can you move forward?
This slide or next slide?
No. The slide that's the title slide for PG&E. I'm sorry. Yes, stop. Thank you. One thing I wanted to mention that we were approached to come up with an example of how the thresholds, as we have proposed them in our informal comments, would work. So this example kind of represents PG&E's proposal. We do believe, and Chris and Josh, stop me if I'm wrong, we do believe that Sempra and Edison will entertain something like that, but nevertheless, it is a PG&E proposal on the thresholds that we had proposed in our informal comments. Okay, next slide, please. So here is an example of a set of foundational programs and the mitigations they support, enable, whatever the term we want to use. Another thing I want to point out in this slide here is, as the word that says, it's an illustrative example. It's based on some of the data we had in our filings, but you know, we put this together on very short notice. Didn't have time to review a lot of the things that went into this example. Didn't have time to properly review the numbers that you see. But I believe this is good to show, kind of illustrate the foundational work and illustrate the thresholds as well. So I mean, I would characterize it like, you know, like you see on TV, they say whatever, dramatization based on real true life events. Something of that sort, right? I mean, it's once again, it's based on our filings, but it's not been you know, comprehensively reviewed and checked and so on and so forth. But once again, it gives you a flavor of how we look at this, or what things would look like if we follow through on this portfolio method, as well as some of the thresholds that we're talking about. So you can see that you know, there's a matrix here, and on the columns are the mitigations here for so here we're talking about mitigations like enhanced wedge management, system hardening overhead, undergrounding, expulsion fuse replacements. Those are on the columns, and on the rows are the foundational activities that support those mitigations. So you can see additional asset data capture, advanced fire modeling, the one we talked about previously, CWSP, PMO, so on and so forth. These are the foundational activities. So I think it's quite obvious when you see a 0 there, it basically means that that mitigation does not meet that particular foundational activity. So if you look at enhanced vegetation management, and you look at additional asset data capture, there's a 0 in that first cell, right? So that means there's no dependency between the two. But if you scroll on down, you look at system hardening overhead, right? You see a 1 there. That basically means that that system hardening program requires, this additional asset data capture foundational activity. So this kind of lays out.
This is Marty Kurtovich. Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
but like line sensors, why doesn't that improve the distribution risk model? How did you choose which were ones and which were zeros?
I don't have the detail that you are referring to, which is basically is like, why don't line sensors improve the distribution risk models? I don't have the details to that. My apologies on that.
Because I know in San Diego's service territory, they speak often about how improved their risk model has been with the increased data and the increased expansion of their weather stations. So I would expect that if you look at utility data across the US, that line sensors do improve the risk models.
Yeah, so we'll have to look into the details on this. And I wanted more to stay on the level of basically mitigations and foundational programs, right? I don't have, once again, I don't have the exact answers to what you're talking about, but we'd just like to focus on kind of the portfolio approach and the thresholds. The actual programs themselves may not be that important, but just wanted to focus on this whole portfolio approach concept. And the kind of things that to focus on, you can see that for example, the third line CWSP PMO, all of the mitigations depend on that, whereas there are other programs like weather stations the cameras and satellite fire detection that only depend on weather stations. Whether the ones and zeros are correct in the correct place and so on and so forth. Not really that important for this discussion. The important thing to realize is there are ones and zeros. And in this particular case, the program CWSP PMO, that's something that all of these mitigations need, right? So that means that that program essentially ties all of these things together into one portfolio. Because, as we talked about in our informal comment, we try to determine what's a related set of mitigations for a quote-unquote portfolio. And to do that, we would basically see if there's a path we can follow from a mitigation to another mitigation to another foundational program. And that CWSP program essentially lets you reach all of the different mitigations and all from that CWSP program.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Can you discuss what is a weather station versus, I guess I'm just trying to understand what is a weather station separate from the cameras and the satellite fire detection?
I'm actually not too clear on all the different distinctions here. So once again, I put this example together. In fact, I was still working on it yesterday, so I don't really have all the answers. I'm sure that they in our GRC, so I could look there to give you the answer for that.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So on this slide, we can see once again, illustrative costs and risk reduction for the different programs. And you can see some of the programs are classified as foundational. So they have, yes, flag there. And then there are some costs associated with the programs. And you can see the foundation items don't have a risk reduction score there, but the other programs do have a risk reduction score with them. And some of these programs, once again, I think that, like I said, I put this table together real quickly. Some of the numbers I'm sure are actually probably not right, and but I think for this purpose, for purpose of just understanding how the calculations will work, how the thresholds will work, I think it still suffices as an example. Just once again, not an exact representation of all the information that is in our file. Once again, illustrative. So the reason I highlighted these three columns is because these are the pieces of information that we would need to do the portfolio RSE calculation. One is whether something is foundational, and we have the map, previous map, so it identifies what's foundational and how it's foundational for which program. And then now we have the cost and we have the risk reduction. So we can actually now take a look at, we have enough information to do the threshold test and also to calculate the RSEs for the portfolio. So let's move on to the next slide. There are no questions here. Okay, so in our informal comments, we propose thresholds, I should say, for PG&E. I realize it's a bit different for SEMPRA and perhaps Edison might be the same as us, but for PG&E we propose thresholds that I would term them as RSAR based, right? So, and I reproduced the language that we had in our informal comments. So the RSAR based threshold would be the cost of foundational programs should be included in portfolio RSE calculations if the aggregate cost of the foundational program supporting a portfolio of enabled risk mitigations exceeds the lesser of $10 million or 20% of the cost of the portfolio of enabled mitigations, subject to a minimum of $5 million. So let's see with that particular example, when we apply the test, what happens. So we start with the NPV of the mitigation cost. That's basically the column that you saw on the previous slide. If you sum the mitigations that don't say yes for foundational, you sum that up, you get $5.9 billion essentially. Now you look at the NPV of the total foundational cost, you sum up all the foundational items, that comes up to $91 million. So as a percent, 91 as a percent of 5.9 billion, that's about 2%. But nevertheless, it still passes the threshold test because the threshold test has a $10 million floor, if you want to call that. So we would still, in fact, calculate the RSE for this portfolio of mitigations. And you can see here what the RSE would be for the portfolio of mitigations. It's 4.76 in this example. It's basically, you take the total risk reduction, I think it was in the previous slide, was like 28,000 or something like that. And you divide by the total cost, right, which is $6 billion, I believe. And you would get a number of 4.76%. I'm sorry, 4.76 for the RSE. And then I also show what the RSE would have been like without the foundational cost, right? So you would take the 28K from the previous slide and you divide only by 5.9 billion. You would get a slightly different number, 4.84. And the reason why, once again, it's such a small difference, it's because the foundational costs are only really just 2% of the work that it's enabling. But once again, we're still showing it because of the $10 million threshold. That's in the threshold test. So basically, this is the example that I came up with. And let's see if we have any questions.
This is Chris. I'm trying to get up to speed on some of this, so I apologize. But if we could go back to the previous slide. I was trying to understand this before I tried to understand the next slide. But if I look at this, so these are, like, for example, it says NPV cost column, $M. So for example, if we're looking at improved distribution risk model, which is foundational, how much money is listed here? How many dollars is that?
5 million.
5 million? Okay. So these numbers are all in exact dollars, right? They're not in, it says dollars M, but these are in
Oh,
exact
my
dollars?
bad. Those are dollars.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is 5 million.
Yeah.
And then if we go to, well, I'm just curious. So this improved distribution risk model, which is about 5 million. Actually, let's go up to the Community Wildfire Safety Program, PMO. That's the one I think you were talking about earlier today, I believe. Okay, so that's about 48 million. But in this case, there's not going to be any RSE assigned to this program because it is a foundational program. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And in the example we were talking about earlier that Steve was suggesting, like with a gas control center, if the gas control center were considered foundational, there would be no RSE computed for the gas control center. Is that correct?
Yes, also.
Okay. All right, and then if we move on to the next slide.
Oh, Chris, Steve here. Actually, I want to clarify. In the previous example I cited, it is not the gas control center that is foundational. It's the building that houses the gas control center that is foundational. The building.
Okay. Okay, so the building would be the construction of the building, but that would be partitioned into parts that would be, for example, the control center equipment and set up separate from the.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know precisely how PG&E does it, but I was just speaking hypothetically. So it's
Sure.
possible that they lump things together.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, let's on this slide before we move to the next one. This shows, like, for example, weather stations, 11 million. PG&E would not assign a risk reduction to this weather station program. Is that right, Vincent?
Yeah, if it's considered foundational, yeah, we wouldn't have an RSE with that. We would calculate that portfolio RSE.
All right. And if we move to the next slide. Okay. Now in this case, just to make sure I have the right numbers here, this top row, is that in what's the actual dollar units for this top number of 5923?
This one is in fact million, so this would be 5.9 billion.
So these, okay, so this is 5.9 billion. Okay. Okay, I'm probably going to have to digest this a little bit more, but I appreciate you kind of clarifying that. The one thing that I'm still wrestling with is not assigning a risk spend efficiency to the foundational programs because I understand that they get parsed out across other mitigations to support them or to enable them. However, it would seem to me that it would be useful to have some level of risk spend efficiency assigned to it, because that kind of gives us the big picture, or at least the estimate or the context of what that foundational program is enabling or supporting. I know that in some risk analysis training, they discuss, you know, when an expert looks at trying to define a risk, trying to assess or a risk. And the one answer may be, well, you know, it's not possible to, for example, estimate the likelihood of some event happening. And I think the exchange and the training talks about, like, if this same expert were actually put in a forum in which they were asked to, then we get into more detail about that. So you're saying if it's not possible to assess it, you could say that the likelihood is 1 in a billion, and then the expert might say, well, no, it's going to happen more frequently than that. It's going to happen perhaps 1 in 1,000, or maybe even 1 in 100 years. And so, and then to say, well, this can never happen, or it could happen tomorrow. The expert might say, well, it's not going to happen, like it's not going to happen 5 times a year. So the training actually drives to ask for subject matter experts to put some boundaries on risk, so that it has more information about the likelihood, more information about the risk than no information at all. And because of having that information, then it provides a more useful analysis of the value of a program. And so I'm just wondering whether that could be assigned even to these foundational programs, where on the last slide there is no RSE computed, because it provides more information than no information at all. And I'm just going to put in a plug for when we've talked about this in the RDF meetings before, we've asked to provide a column, for example, in PG&E's analysis, that shows I forget the data veracity of the data that's being provided, so that if there is something where it is very uncertain about, well, this number is a number that we provided, but it has less confidence in that being accurate, that there'll be some confidence level that can be provided to also provide that, you know, to be transparent about that. Yeah, we're saying that the risk value is X, but we're also showing that our confidence in that risk level number is low. So I just, you know, if we go back to the previous slide really quickly, and then I'll just wrap it up. But I appreciate this concept, but I still would like to understand if it would be possible to provide some level in these blank entries on the right of risk reduction for these programs, even if it weren't something that you could be very accurate about. So anyway, actually, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
I mean, a couple of thoughts I have about it. You mentioned about information and what kind of decisions you make. I think earlier, Dr. Mitchell and Tern have kind of given some of the thoughts that they had on what decisions can be made using what we're proposing here, right? So Dr. Mitchell talked about, you know, making sure that, yeah, we do foundational programs, but let's make sure we don't gold plate them or pad them too much, and you know, we perhaps would come up with some way of doing some kind of test like that. I know that there are issues doing that, but I think it's still along the lines of what we talked about here. And Tern mentioned that foundational programs, you know, do not reduce the consequence or likelihood directly. So mathematically, they're just going to have if one of those terms is 0, you know, then they're not going to have a quantifiable risk score. But nonetheless, you can still look at the portfolio work, look at the different alternatives that you have available to you to decide what makes sense, which set of foundational activities make sense to do. So I you know, while we don't have RSE scores, we might never get them. I don't think we're totally in the dark.
Yeah, hi, this is Fred from Safety Policy Division. My look at this thing is that What we are trying to say is that these foundational programs would form part of a portfolio of things that are being proposed to spend money on, and the portfolio as a total can have an RSE. So to me, that is the most logical way of presenting the impact of this foundational program, is saying the foundational program is the foundation of a portfolio that the utility is proposing is their best shot, what they think is the best mix of spending. Then the discussion earlier today has been about, well, how can we parse that out to see how sensitive that portfolio is to changes in, maybe not doing all of it, doing some of it. How does that play out? But I think the essential idea is that we're talking about addressing foundational costs as part of a portfolio of proposed action or proposed spending by the utility.
Yes, that's right, Fred. That's how we think about it as well.
Thanks, Fred. I found that very helpful. I have a question, I think, for other technical working group members. Steve, could you move to the next slide, please? And the previous one, perfect, thank you. I know Turn presented earlier and they were in favor of no threshold, so I would be interested in hearing other technical working group members' thoughts on the proposed threshold by the joint utilities.
This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities, and we agree with Turn that there should not be a threshold.
This is Eric Wojcik with UCAN. If you can hear me, thank you. We agree with Turn as well. Thank you.
This is Chris Parks. Yes. Chris Parks. We also agree with Turn that there should be no threshold. This will provide important additional information, and so it would be valuable to not have a threshold.
So I'll just volunteer and mention some thoughts about this. When I looked at these numbers, and I didn't have a sense of how the numbers would turn out until I worked out through the example. A couple things to note, right? I mean, the difference between the two numbers here with the foundational and without the foundational is about 2%. So we're not talking a big difference here, and there could be other inputs which we're dealing with elsewhere that could have a much bigger impact on the RSEs, right? Maybe some of the estimates are really low quality estimates, and that might have an even bigger impact than some of the things that we're talking about here. So when I looked at it, I kind of thought to myself, okay, like, wow, we're talking about 2%. So yeah, 2% is still biasing under or biasing over, depending on how you look at it, but still 2%. And then, so first my first thought was, it's like, wow, this looks really small, a lot of work here. But then, I think it makes sense. I think this number makes sense because the thing that stood out to me was some of the foundational programs. If you go back to the slide on the Community Wildfire Safety Program PMO, that one had a $48 million cost associated with it. But if you don't know the context of that cost, right, you don't know really whether it's big or small. And so I think having just a 20% threshold is good, but also you want to be able to catch some of these quote unquote bigger numbers. Now that I know that it's $48 million in the context of $5.9 billion, I should say, that doesn't seem like a lot. So I think the threshold test, at first I was the opposite. I thought that, wow, this is too sensitive of a test. But I think that, come to think of it, might be a bit too sensitive, but I think it's probably right. That's my thought about it.
This is Jonathan Lesser. Vincent, the difference can be much more than 2% depending on the portfolio, which is why Turn wants to look at all the different portfolios. And yes, in your example, it is only 2%, but all that money adds up for ratepayers, and it is as your example shows, it is a bias, and we should be striving to have accurate values that have no bias in them, so it can be those can be evaluated more accurately.
No, I understand your point of view. I just know that we have a lot of numbers going on. I just want some way to be able to focus. I'm sure everybody agrees with that, focus on the bigger items, the bigger ticket items. And what the big ticket is, it's all in context. So I mean, it's our point of view. It's a point of view. So leave it at that. Sorry. The other thing is, it is kind of based on the RSAR, like the slide said, it's based on the RSARs. And thinking to myself, the RSAR is basically the 20% threshold, the $10 million was basically, it's the level that the commission, it was like the commission's level to deem what was something that they wanted to investigate further, right? If the cost of a program, the RSAR exceeded 20% or was less than 20%, that would trigger an explanation by the IOU on what's the variance involved. And so I think this is a nice complement, parallel, I don't know what you want to call it, with that threshold. The commission seems to think that 20% was the right number to justify further investigation of the number. And so I think this kind of it seems consistent with that approach.
Thank you, Vincent. Does anyone have any further questions for Vincent or any further comments about thresholds in general? We have about 6 minutes left.
This is Mason with SDG&E. I'm going to sound like a totally broken record, Shayla, so I apologize for that. But Dr. Lesser just mentioned the word accuracy, and obviously we want accuracy. I'm a quant guy. I love accuracy. That's what I thrive on. I think what we've heard, though, from the discussion is that there's a lot of uncertainty about what accuracy means when it comes to foundational things. The way that they're mixed together, there is an implied allocation that we don't know on a lot of these things. I think it would be very helpful to us for us to use real world examples. I know Vincent tried to walk through some real world examples, but even the application of it, it's not down to the level where you can even determine where the accuracy is. I know for a fact that any utility can try their hardest, any entity could try their hardest to figure out how to estimate foundational things, and they will always come up with a huge amount of uncertainty around how labor is used for this risk or this mitigation or for other things. There's an immense amount of uncertainty around foundational elements. There's never going to be accuracy. So to hear the word accuracy is like, that's a goal, but nobody on this should ever think there's going to be accuracy around the types of foundational items that we're talking about. And if people don't understand what I mean, there's other examples where we can walk through. We just don't know what percentage of time our workers are focusing on a specific mitigation versus working on another thing. That's unknowable. Okay, so to be able to track their time that way, vehicles and data systems and IT and networks and all that, we don't know those numbers. We can estimate those numbers, but they're never going to be accurate. So when I hear that number, I really want to set the table here. we're not even talking about accuracy here. We're talking about our best attempt with what we know. We're not trying to hide anything. I guarantee you that. Nobody at my company has ever asked me to hide anything. We don't try to hide anything, but there's things that are unknowable. Okay. So when I hear that word and we're talking about portfolios that may include many elements in them, each with maybe some overlap and uncertainty on top of uncertainty, and coming up with multiple RSEs for each combination, it sort of implies that those numbers mean something. And I'll just be really honest, I've been doing mathy stuff for 30 years. I'm a math major and I've been doing math since I graduated from college. I'm 50. This stuff is not accurate. It is not precise. And for people to look at a number at the end of the sausage making and think it's something that can be used to determine if it's a 4 or 3, we should do the 4, without considering the immense amount of uncertainty or the narrative around it and get it in the big picture is misleading. And we don't want to mislead anybody. These numbers are just numbers for the purposes of reporting. They're not meant to represent, if it says 4, it's a 4. It could be a 1, it could be a 19. Okay, so in all of these conversations, I think where people are looking for more and more numbers. And as a number guy, I'm sitting here thinking, that's great, but the context has to be in place. I don't want to build something that's going to potentially last for generations without people fully understanding what I'm referring to. That's why this piloting thing, so people get a good view of where the uncertainty is, where we're adding on layers of estimates on top of estimates. It's very important to me because I do not want to give the impression that we are coming up with a number that means something exactly what it comes. And a lot of people look at numbers and they say, that's a number, it's a temperature, 87 degrees. When it's 87 degrees, it's 87 degrees. It's not somewhere between 60 and 110. And we can get as numerical as you want, but if it doesn't interpret into a meaningful representation of reality, it gets very difficult. And I think the further we go down this foundational path, the more uncertain we're going to get. So again, that's my soapbox, and I thank you for listening, Shayla. Sorry.
Shayla, this is Jonathan Lesser. Mason, let me respond to you. The issue is not necessarily accuracy, it's bias. And when you don't include foundational costs, you introduce absolute bias. And at some point, when SEMPRA goes into its rate case and asks for ratepayers to pony up billions of dollars, those ratepayers have a right to know that the money is being spent wisely. And to talk about uncertainty and accuracy, that's a smokescreen for let us do whatever that we want. I'm not finished, Mason.
Okay.
And what we're trying to do is avoid bias, and then we'll evaluate it. As Katie said earlier, we can evaluate whether we think the programs being proposed are cost effective and represent a wise expenditure of ratepayer dollars.
I totally agree that we should justify every dollar that we spend. I don't think anything that I said removed that. We're not trying to smokescreen anything. We're trying to say this additional requirement to add potentially a much more sophisticated way of doing math is not going to buy you what you think. And that's why I think the pilot is a good way to demonstrate what I'm talking about. I'm not saying remove the requirement to justify every single penny that's in the GRC. That's not what I'm referring to. It's referring to building a quantitative method that some folks will think is a replacement for the narrative piece of why we want to do things. And I just want to be really clear. The numbers are not going to be a better replacement. In some cases, could be misleading a replacement for the types of GRC that we file right now. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Since it's 12 o'clock, it's our break for lunch. But before we close out foundational elements, if anybody has some brief comments or feedbacks they want to give, this would be your opportunity to. Staff is not requesting informal feedback on this technical working group, so this would be your opportunity.
This is Chris. So just really quickly, to Mason's point about uncertainty of data, I'll just throw it out there again, is that if there were, whether it's a foundational program or a non-foundational program, I guess a direct mitigation, if there were a concept to come out of the RDFs that utilities could provide a column that actually expressed a uncertainty level of the data, whether, whatever the data is, likelihood or consequence or RSE, that would then be useful so that everyone understood, yeah, well, this one we really didn't have any good data on, but this is our best guess. I think that's better than nothing. So just because that was what was just discussed, I just wanted to throw that out there in case that has a place that can be considered at some point or adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, not hearing anyone else. Steve will be moderating the second portion of this meeting after lunch. And I just want to say, in case I forget, I know we often push up against our allotted time for discussion, but staff really appreciates everyone who is participating today and put together a presentation. We understand it was a short time frame to do it, and we are very grateful. So with that, we're going to meet back here at 1 o'clock and we will start our baseline discussions. So thank you, everyone, and we will see you after lunch.
Thank you, Shayla.
Okay, let's give it a couple more minutes to wait for everybody to return from lunch. Okay. All right. Let's start on a discussion on the baseline year. Okay. Hope everybody's back from lunch. Can you I want to make sure that the key participants are all present before I start. Chris Diaz, are you there?
Chris Parks is here from Cal.
Jamie York? Jamie is there. What about Chris? Chris Parks. Chris
Present.
Parks is an SCE.
Hi, Chris Vies from SE. I'm here, Stephen. Sorry, I just unmuted and put myself
Okay.
up. I apologize for
Thank
the
you.
delay.
What about Chuck Feinstein? Vincent Lowe?
Yes, Chuck.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right. What about, is it Dr. Mitchell active in this portion of the discussion? Probably not. Okay. What about Josh Stewart? Katie is here. Okay. All right, let's get started anyway. So this portion of the discussion is on the topic of the baseline. Now, SPD staff proposed a definition of the baseline as the start of the next GRC cycle. And the purpose of the baseline is it's a point in time, it's a reference point in time to capture, to reflect all past and anticipated risk reduction benefits so that it can be used as the starting point for projection of risk mitigations and their effects in the test year. Now, since the staff proposal was submitted, parties, including the interveners and the utilities, gave feedback on the staff proposal. The Sempra utilities in particular have a particular problem with the staff proposal. And so I have invited the Sempra utilities to give a presentation on this, to present their points of view. And I have also invited Turn to give a presentation since Turn agrees with the staff proposal. And so Turn's presentation would act as a counter proposal to the Sempra point of view. So with that, I'm going to, who will be representing the Sempra utilities for Sempra's presentation?
Hi, Steve. It's Jamie York. I'll be
Okay,
representing SoCal Gas and SDG&E.
Very good. So I will let you take the baton from here on.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. Before we start, I don't know if I'd characterize it as a problem we have with the staff proposal. We agree with the staff proposal that a consistent approach to identifying baseline is warranted. When we read the staff proposal, it raised a lot of questions for us, in particular on how we would integrate this into the rate case, because we don't view RAMP as separate and distinct from GRCs. We really view them as the first phase of the rate case. So that's kind of how we have what you'll be seeing today. So I think like the other presenters, if you guys have questions as we go through it, feel free to ask them as we go. Shayla, would you mind advancing, please? So we thought it would be helpful with that context in mind to kind of go over why we do ramp and why we've shown ramp in the way we have in the past, and why even our pending ramp is like this. We're not going to go into the merits of any proposal, but it's really more of a foundational discussion. So what you see here, especially at the top, I just pulled a sample testimony tables from our last GRC to kind of illustrate the point. Again, to give context. And so this is just, again, an example from our GRC testimony from our test year 2019 GRC. And what this is showing you is how we present costs and ask for costs in GRCs. And subsequently, we then start here and we back into essentially how we want to show ramp. So we in GRCs in California in general always start with what's called the base year. And that is the last year of recorded data available when we file any regulatory filing, whether it's ramp or GRCs. And so in this top table, what you see is 2016. We filed this case in 2017. So the last year of recorded data we had was 2016. And that's what you see in the top table for expense or operation and maintenance expenses. That's what you see is what's called the base year. And we forecast every year and we focus for O&M on the test year. And so you see here what it's showing is your base of 2016, what the request was for 2019, and then the change, which you see is $10 million. And what we really focus on in rate cases is defending the $10 million. Why do we need an increase in rates, essentially? Why is that reasonable? Capital is a little bit different. We present and we have a project showing for all of our, what's called our forecast years of capital. So we basically say, here are the projects and associated spend for capital. And for this case, it was 2017, 2018, and 2019, with the purpose of asking for a revenue requirement in 2019 that will then go into future rates. What you don't see here is anything past our test year, which is referred to what's called the post-test years. And those are really the years between our test years. And it's really in an escalation-based mechanism. And that's why none of our witnesses provide, with very limited exceptions, provide any costs forecasts or project forecasts past that. Shayla, can you go to the next slide, please? So this isn't just how we forecast cost in rate cases, it's also how the commission approves costs. So what you see here, these is just excerpts from our GRC decision. For 2019, for O&M, they just simply say yes or no to the test year. But for capital, again, it's not that way. The commission opines on whether our projects are reasonable and whether those projects should be able to be recovered in rates for a future period of time. And so that's why you see here in the decision, it outlines for 17, 18, and 19, yes or no for these particular projects. Shayla, can you go to the next slide, please? And so this is kind of showing you for our 2019 GRC cycle, we had projects forecasted in 2017, 18, and 19. Those are the same years we put forth in ramp. There was no project showing past that. And then in our upcoming GRC, which we'll file in May of 2022, again, we always start with what's known, the actuals, and we forecast based on that to the next GRC cycle. And so I think what we're struggling with the staff proposal is the staff proposal really says that you should start, that all your RSC forecasts should be done comparing the last year of your prior rate case So what you see here is it would have been for the 2019 GRC, that would have been comparing 2019 to 2018. But the commission is actually approving projects for 2017, 18, and 19. So we're struggling with why would a baseline for a GRC be one way and in ramp be something different? And we don't think that this is out of compliance with the settlement at all. The GRC, it says in the settlement, it's the GRC period under review in the ramp. And since we're presenting projects in ramp the same way we are GRC, we don't think that that is out of compliance. And we think that's actually in compliance with the settlement. So I went through this very quickly. I don't know if our team has anything to add or if anyone has questions on this.
Yeah, I do have a question. Steve Hain here. So in this case, the test year is 2024 and the base year is 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The way I understand the base year concept, and I read through the relevant portion of the rate case plan just last night. My understanding of the base year, not baseline, okay, those are totally distinct concepts. The base year concept, the purpose of the base year concept is it tells you how far back to look at your historical recorded cost and use those historical recorded costs to help determine the projections for the attrition years and the test year. And that, to me, is not incompatible with what SPD staff proposed on the baseline. Baseline just says capture all that you proposed up to capture the risk mitigation benefits of what you proposed up to the point of the GRC test year, the next GRC test year. So I don't see any incompatibility between the two concepts at all. Maybe I'm missing something. Feel free to chime in, Katie, if my understanding is, or anybody, if my understanding of the GRC process is wrong.
I mean, to the extent that we consider the GRC period to be the test year period for which you are identifying the capital forecast in the years beyond, we're in complete agreement with Steve.
I just don't see the base year concept as being incompatible with the baseline concept. The only thing that the two concepts have in common is the term base, the word base, but they're distinct concepts.
Yeah, as our slides will say, I mean, we kind of talk about the fact that baseline or the base year as is being reflected here is more about cost and specific to cost rather than to the calculation of risk.
Sheila, would you mind going back one slide? So I think what we're struggling with is if the RSC calculation, if the denominator is costs, we're not sure why we would want to separate the two concepts of benefits and costs. So if we're trying to assess risk, I think the question is, do you do RSCs on projects or do you do them on just like an escalation of things? Because we don't present projects past, like for our current case, it'll be 2024. So I think what the staff proposal is saying is you should really be doing RSCs for work on your test year going forward. But we have a mechanism. So I think what we're struggling is what's the point of an RSC?
The RSC is to demonstrate that it is a cost-effective use of ratepayer money. If you are approving a capital forecast for a test year and beyond, you want to demonstrate that the risk that you are purchasing for whatever you pay for that project in a test year is an accurate reflection of the level of risk that existed at the beginning of 2024, so the end of 2023, and the, for the money spent. There would be a separate RSE for 2022 and 2023, but if we're looking at a RSE for a project for the test year, it needs to reflect the conditions at the beginning of that test year.
Yeah.
There seems to be a disconnect in Jamie, your presentation here. On the one hand, you're saying the GRC mechanism wants you to show the projected costs. And then on the other hand, you seem to imply that you don't want the commission to hold you accountable for the risk reduction benefits of those mitigation programs tied to those projected costs. That is just a huge disconnect to me. It doesn't make sense at all.
So Steve, I don't think we've ever said that we don't want to be accountable for benefits. We're saying you should look at benefits after they're realized, like all other reporting, right? So like for the current risk spending accountability reporting, we don't do anything based on authorized dollars and lower things based on that. It's done based on what you realize, and after the fact, it's a real-time reporting. And we're struggling with seeing why this would be different. So I've heard Turn say previously that you're in favor of post-test year mechanisms. And so if everything is just stops at the test year and a mechanism takes over, I'm still struggling to see with what that has to do with projects.
So let's not even talk about post-test year attrition mechanism. Just focus on a test year 2024.
Mm-hmm.
There are programs and projects you're proposing for the test year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And those programs and projects, the risk reduction benefits, the starting points, are very much dependent on what has been done up to that point. So why would we not want to know what risk reduction benefits that you either have done up to that point or anticipate that the commission, based on your GRC filing, that you will be approved for those mitigation projects that will be effective up to that point?
Right, so we will be forecasting, and what you see here in the bottom chart is we will be forecasting 2022 and 2023 projects and providing benefits associated with those projects. So I don't think that we're saying that we will be, or we won't be forecasting benefits for those years. We absolutely will be, but those years haven't happened yet. And so we're essentially updating those forecasts there.
So are you saying that when you are scoring a project for the test year for 2023,
mm-hmm.
you would include the risk purchased or the benefits received from mitigations installed in 2021, 2022, and 2023?
Yes.
Then I don't know that you have an issue with what the staff report says, because the staff report is just saying that for projects in the test year, you should reflect all benefits of spending up until the beginning of that base year.
Yeah, Katie, I totally see where you're going. I think what we're struggling with is, okay, Mason, I'm not the math person, so let's, right? I think what we're struggling with is an RSE generally, very high level, is a pre minus post or post minus pre, right? And what we're saying is, what should that post be made up of what we just talked about?
The post would be what benefits you think you would get from that risk spending during the year 2024 minus the pre, which would be the risk level at the beginning of, or the end of 2023, beginning of 2024.
But that hasn't been funded at that level yet. That's going to be done in the next case. Right, so that's going to be done in the next case for future rates. So we're struggling with the benefit of new things that haven't been approved that will go into a test year revenue requirement and calling that base, a different base than everything else in a rate case.
I don't know. I just don't agree with that that characterization, because the revenue for the post-test years 2022 and 23 are also projected. So you're projecting a revenue requirement for those two post-test years based on a set of projects, mitigation projects. But if those mitigation projects are projected, why can't we project the risk mitigation benefits tied to those projects and recognize those risk mitigation benefits at the same time?
Again, like Katie said, I don't think we're disagreeing with that. But the commission will, in our next GRC, will say yes or no to those projects for future funding. So if they're saying yes or no to projects in 22 and 23 for purposes of future funding, why would that be considered a baseline?
Because we're talking about the capital spending in the test year. So the capital spending in the test year will be for risk reduction that incurs in the test year and beyond. So you need to have an accurate reflection of the risk reduction at the beginning of that year. Just like for 2022, you would say we need the beginning and the end risk levels divided by the cost spent in 2022. And in 2023, you would need the beginning and the end risk levels for the spending in 2023. For the test year, you would use the risk level at the beginning of that test year for and the end of that test year divided by the cost spent in that year.
I don't know if anyone from our team wants to chime in. Or Katie, I don't know if you want to go to your slides.
So Jamie, I just have a couple of questions. So is it true that for capital, the GRC that we're filing next year, the commission will look at our capital projects for 22 and 23?
I'm assuming that question's to me, right?
Well, it's to anybody who knows the answer.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so if the commission is looking at capital projects for 22 and 23, isn't this the place to discuss? Isn't the ramp the place to discuss the risk impact from those projects from 22 and 23?
You're going to be justifying those costs in your GRC, but the ramp is looking at my understanding is that the ramp is looking at the test year period and the GRC that follows that test year.
Sorry, Kate, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you paused.
No, I was just saying, I wanted to see if Steve had the same reaction as I did.
I agree. I agree with you, Katie.
So if in the GRC we're justifying the capital spend for 22 and 23, but it's not using this ramp, what is it using?
The utility has the burden of demonstrating that their spending is reasonable. It is the utility's choice in how they do that. We think that risk spend efficiencies and risk mitigation is a very helpful piece of information, but the settlement is clear that that is not the only thing to be considered. And the ramp is a specific process that's used within the commission. You are not limited to the ramp or bound by the ramp in what you use to justify your spending once you get to the GRC.
So if we were to use RSCs to discuss the justification for the risk projects, the capital for 22 and 23, you wouldn't be opposed to that?
If you were to use an RSC to justify your spending for 22 and 23 in the general rate case?
Yeah, to include it in the justification. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your job to fill your burden of proof.
Right, but I thought I heard you say earlier that the GRs the ramp isn't about 22 and 23, and so we are using the ramp. Yeah.
But the ramp is for 2024. Now, there's two different things. There's the ramp, and then there is the risk analysis that occurs and is reflected in the ramp. They are not one and the same. You have a ramp presentation, and then you have risk analysis that you can use, and the settlement outlines a way to do the risk analysis that parties have mutually agreed is the appropriate way of doing it. That is separate from specifically what is included in your ramp report, and the ramp report is about the test year, which is 2024.
Okay, so I think there's two things going on. One is it seems like we have a little bit of conversation about we can put 22 and 23 in the ramp if we think it's helpful for the GRC purposes. But you guys want to make sure that we're taking into account for projects in 24 in particular. You want to make sure that we're taking into account the work that's done up to that point. I think those are kind of two separate things. And to the best of our ability, I think we are including risk reductions that's occurred up to 24. So I'm not a GRC expert. It seems that if we're going to the GRC to talk about risk and it affects projects from 22, 23, and 24, it would make sense to present them all using RSEs. And I think there's been some pushback of saying, no, you should not show 22 and 23. And I think we're just discussing why we think it's relevant to show 22 and 23 in our ramp because it's useful in the GRC. But to the second point, to assure you, we are trying to include for 24 risk scoring, include things that have occurred up to that point. Jamie, I think I'm done making those 2 points. I don't know if there's anything else to add.
Yeah, this is Chuck Manzik for Semper as well. So what Mason just covered is exactly right. So when we do our forecasting in our next rate case for capital, the rate case plan requires that we do distinct forecasts for 22, 23, and 24. And part of our burden, based on how the ramp proceeding is going and the settlement, yeah, we will need to include RSEs as part of the justification for those 3 years of capital. And we are planning on doing that in the context of the rates going forward. And that's just how rate cases are. It's done on a forecast basis. We're basically letting the commission know of our updated forecast for a new rate case cycle. Because the programs that were adopted in the previous rate case up to and including 2019 will have changed quite a bit. There'll be changes to the programs, new programs, a lot of activities have changed since our final decision was issued in the 2019 GRC period.
But are we now all on the same page that the baseline for the ramp should be the level of risk immediately preceding the test year?
Well, that's one of the issues of trying to show 22 and 23. You clearly wouldn't be able to assume that they had been completed and then go around and do a risk justification for them. So those can't.
But that's part of your job as utilities. You were supposed to say, we will have done X, Y, and Z prior to the beginning of the test year, and we're going to reflect the impact of those projects.
Yeah, for 24 and beyond, certainly. And I think we've said that like 3 times on this call.
Baseline for 2024 is the end of 2023.
So Katie, I think there's confusion with when it comes to like what we would call revenue requirement and what we would call like a project showing. And so if we're saying what's the most cost-effective projects, We are updating our forecasts, providing the commission and parties updated information for 22 and 23 and 24. That all gets converted into like a rate making look. And I think in a rate making look, it makes sense because there's already rates in place in 23. But when you're talking about projects that the commission will say is just and reasonable, that will occur in the next rate case in 22, 23, and 24 for us.
I want to jump. Jamie, finish your thought, and I'll jump in.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Steve.
Okay. So we are eating into Katie's portion of the presentation. So why don't we move on to let Katie finish her presentation, and we come back to have a wider discussion with.
But if I, this is Melinda from Protect Our Communities. If I could just jump in there, though, I think that is a fundamental logic error on the Semper Utilities part, and the whole concept of escalating rates year after year after year is not supported in the law. When you talk about the term attrition, that refers to both increases and decreases. So the general idea that the Semper Utilities projects are divorced from its rate making has been a problem and is probably the reason that Southern California, San Diego ratepayers pay the highest rates in California and beyond.
Okay. Why don't we move on to Katie's presentation, and then we can return to this point after she finishes with her presentation.
Yeah, I don't know that my presentation.
Are you done with the slide, Jamie? Was that the last slide that you already presented?
Yeah, Katie, go ahead, please.
Okay.
I don't know that I have that much additional to say to what's already been said, but I'll go through it in a quick way. If you want to go to the next slide. Basically here we just have the language from the staff report, which we agree on, which is the baseline refers to the existing level of risk at the start of the new GRC cycle. We believe that this is reflected in the requirements laid out in the settlement, lines 10 and 11, addressing how we identify the consequence and likelihood of risk event, and that pre-mitigation scores should take into account the benefits of any mitigations that are expected to be implemented prior to the GRC period under review in the RAMP submission. Going to the next slide. The important baseline data point in the RAMP is risk, not necessarily cost. And so lines in 10 and 12, 10 and 11 are specifically addressing the risk assessment that needs to occur going into the RAMP filing. So if we're going to calculate the risk reduction benefits of mitigations proposed starting in 2024, we need to reflect all risk mitigation that has occurred up to the end of 2023. Otherwise, the risk score for the project in 2024 would double count the risk reduction benefits of those activities. We don't believe that the rate case plan decision does anything to alter the settlement. It does not address risk. It does not address the settlement. It refers to a base year, which, as Steve reflected earlier, we do not view as the same thing as the baseline in this discussion. And so it should not impact or change in any way the settlement or the requirement to include all risk reduction achieved up through the beginning of the test year and rate case period in the RAMP risk scores. So that's all I had.
So I'll just make one more point on this. Shayla, is it okay to go back?
Could you please go back to the slide of Jamie's presentation, the second from last page? Yeah, there. Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. I think this is a very useful page for reference for our discussion.
Oh, okay. I was just going to make a comment on one of Katie's slides. It said something to the effect of that we'll be proposing mitigations 24 and beyond. And I think that's the disconnect, is we will not be. We'll be proposing mitigations 22 through 24 for our next GRC.
But the ramp is about the test year capital spend. And so in that sense, you are proposing in the ramp for the test year and beyond.
We are proposing rates to take effect the test year and
ramp is
beyond.
not about rates, it's about risk.
Right. And so we're trying to say that, okay, I think, yeah.
Does anyone else want to offer an opinion on this?
So I'll just, this is Mason again. I'll just reiterate that we think we're following what Katie's asking for 24, that we are trying to take into account, to the extent that's, you know, knowable and estimable, of the projects that will be completed before 24. I personally don't think that is necessarily in conflict with us saying in the ramp we're also showing RCs for projects that are in 22 and 23, because the GRC wants us to talk about those projects, and the RC seems like a pretty convenient, conventional way to do it, consistent approach to look at risks. And I think we're talking about risk and trying to figure out, are these projects reducing risk for the dollars that are going into them? So it's possible to have a ramp showing that includes 22 and 23, but for the 24 parts, also take into account that there could be risk reduction before 24 that occurs. You can do both of those things. And I think that's what we're trying to do. The only sticking point, I think, is when I think the staff proposal says, assume that everything for 22 and 23 is done when you're doing 24. And like, we're like, yes, but for things that we're showing for 22 and 23, that's not logically possible. For things that we're showing for 22 and 23, we're showing what the risk is up to that point. So
But
yeah.
Mason, I struggle with that last piece when you get to that's not logically possible, because that's what you have to do. You have to make an assumption that that project was funded or whatever, and that risk reduction occurred, to estimate what's happening at the beginning of 2024.
I agree, but so Katie, let's just say for 22, I'm just going to make something up. Don't hold me to it. Just say we want to do 100 miles of pipe somewhere, whatever, in 22. To show that that's the right 100 miles to do to the commission for the GRC, we would need to say, here's where we are before we did those 100 miles, and here's where we are after we do the 100 miles. And to be able to say where we are before the 100 miles is clearly before 2024. Right. So I'm just saying we need to look at those projects, that like a project in 22, if we want to do 100 miles of pipe, and I just made that up, if we want to do 100 miles of pipe in 22, to show that it's the right thing to do, we would need to have the beginning of 22 or the end of 21 as its starting point to show why we want to do it then. You can't just assume that it's finished and then therefore that you wouldn't, there would be no, if you just assume it's already done, you wouldn't get any risk reduction from assuming a project. So that's why I'm saying there's a little bit of a complicating factor.
But the ramp is about the test year and beyond.
Okay, but we're showing what we're putting in the GRC, and so that's how we're doing 22 and 23. I suppose if parties were not interested in the 22 and 23 part, and they said, you know, that's just GRC stuff that SDG&Es and SoCal Gas are getting ready for the GRC, then you could ignore it. Because for 24, we are trying to do what you're saying to do it. So I just want to make sure that there's two elements we're talking about. We wanted to put 22 and 23 in the ramp to prepare for the GRC, and you all wanted to ensure that we're for the 24 projects, we're incorporating work that had been done up to that point. And I'm saying we've tried to do both of those things. So I don't really think there's a conflict. And I'm saying the only conflict could possibly be when somebody says in your ramp showing, assume everything's done at the end of 23. I'm saying for those things that are 22 and 23, we obviously are not going to do that. We can do that for the ones that are in 24. Am I making myself clear? I mean, maybe not you agree with the philosophy, but like, do you understand what I'm trying to say from how we're mechanically going about doing that?
I think I have, I'm struggling with your explanation, Mason. Okay, you're proposing 2022, 2023, and 2024 for as a combined showing. So it's not like you're carving out 2022 and 2023 separately from 2024. To me, it doesn't make sense to say you're proposing a budget for 2022 along with their associated risk mitigation activities and for 2022 and 2023, but somehow when it comes to the test year, don't recognize the effects of those proposed projects that you just proposed in 2022 and 2023. To me, that it's
Yeah,
like.
so Steve, let me help with that a little bit. Shayla, would you mind moving back 2 slides, please? Yeah, so again, this is a testimony table. We are providing discrete forecasts per year for each year in testimony. In the ramp, just for space purposes, we combined all 3 into 1, but if you look at the work papers, it does have a budget each year for those years.
Does it have a risk reduction broken out by what was achieved in each year?
Achieved is a tricky word because these are still future years, right?
Estimated to be achieved.
Mason, is it per year?
I don't think that's in the ramp, but that's generated in our work papers, and that's in there. Yes.
I think the point is that the ramp, that's fine if it's generated in the work papers. I think the point is the ramp should also specify that at the beginning of the great case period, what the risk level was. Combining it all doesn't break out that piece of information.
But you said something I want to ask a quick clarifying question, if I may. So you said that the ramp is about the test year forward. Are you saying that we should be providing project forecasts for all those years?
But okay, I don't know I'm not the one, I probably shouldn't be the one to answer the question because I'm not an expert on GRCs, but that's what PG&E did in the PG&E ramp. So I don't know.
And that's what I think. I think you should. This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities. I absolutely think that you should, and I think that that's part of the reason. The fact that you haven't is the reason that we've gone so far astray in terms of the unreasonable rates that San Diego ratepayers are paying for.
So I'm not going to comment on that, but I can tell you that, to my knowledge, the commission has never approved forecasts for discrete projects beyond the test year. It's always been a mechanism.
I don't think we're talking about.
What we learned at one of the workshops is that SDG&E and so-called gas are alone in their refusal to justify post-test year rates.
Well, I'm asking if Melinda, I hear what you're saying. I'm asking if SPD or TURN think that the ramp is about projects in past the test year.
The ramp is actually required to be able to track projects from year to year and to see the risk reduction benefits over time. So if you start to have big chunks of time that the projects are just missing, then you're not going to be able to track it. And that's been the requirement from the ramp since 2014. The problem is we didn't have any kind of quantification in a meaningful way from SDG&E and so-called gas this entire time. So this is our first opportunity to have to be able to start tracking risk reduction over time, and we have to be able to do that, and that's what you know, the whole escalation forever and ever and ever concept doesn't fit into that, and it's not justified.
Katie, I kind of have this is Mason again. Just out of curiosity, I kind of have the same question as Jamie did. If we are talking about projects after 24 after the test year, then if we are talking about them, then we would have RSCs for them, even though they're pretty far out and they would be estimates. If we aren't talking about them and the GRCs are kind of skipping from, or the ramps are skipping only from test year to test year, then everything in between the test years wouldn't have an RSC on it. And there's a lot of projects that they're like 2-year projects. They show up for a little bit and they come and go. When in your mind, when is the ramp even a place to look at those projects that are not necessarily driven by or started during a test year? I'm just curious from what your perspective on that is.
I would turn to the settlement on this. And I guess what I'm saying is that in my view, the ramp is about the test year. And the utility can justify their spending and the way that they think best justifies their spending, however they see fit in the GRC. And subject to the GRC backstop in the ramp.
So for example, in 19, when we filed our 19 test year GRC, when we filed it in 17, we asked for some dollars for test year. And then after 19, I think it's showing here, you can see that post 19, we realized for wildfire purposes, for example, we realized we want to do a whole bunch of work in a few areas. And let's say some of that work was finished by the time 24 rolls around. To me, it seems like, well, then it kind of never shows up in any ramp proceeding, because if it's only
it would show up in your reasonableness review of those costs
in the GRC
or whatever.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm
right,
glad
but
you brought that up, Nathan, because this is Melinda. The wildfire stuff, when is that going to appear? Are you guys going to be seeking reasonableness review in the GRC?
Okay, so again, as put on the spot earlier by somebody, of course we're going to do a reasonableness review in the GRC wherever we are. I'm talking about the ramp style RSC, follow the settlement agreement, lower core MAVF type of thing that we're all falling in love with. If you're only looking to do that at the test year, then any capital work done in between, you're saying there is no requirement to do it under the settlement agreement style of analysis, and so therefore the consistency, it kind of looks different to me. And so you're leaving it up to the utilities to say, well, it's probably easier if we just do it all using the settlement agreement, but you only have, yeah.
Subject to the GRC backstop in the ramp settlement agreement.
Yeah.
The ramp
and
settlement
it has to be able to be.
Okay, I'm just trying to get your point of view. What I'm hearing you say is that if there are projects that are smaller than the backstop, the settlement agreement for non-test years doesn't need to be applied. Okay, I think I understand.
You can apply it. Those are minimum requirements, and it's again up to the utility to justify their spending. The settlement process is a process that the commission has signed off on for justifying spending.
But if I could just add, this is Melinda, it shouldn't be interpreted in a way that prevents the already existing requirements set forth in numerous commission decisions that the projects be traceable over time. And the whole point, the crux of it is to be able to see risk reduction and improvement over time. So whatever the utility decides to do with respect to the backstop issue has to be in that construct too. You can't just eliminate the ability to track the projects over time. And in the wildfire context, there's the additional requirement of we haven't even had the 2019 WMP reviewed for reasonableness. So we're going to have to go even back further than what some of these slides have suggested for the GRC.
Okay, thank you for sharing your points of view. I think this has been helpful, at least to me, and I hope for others as well. Thank you.
And so this is Chuck Manzik again. Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate a couple points here. So that is, I believe what I understand Melissa is saying, that's why we're recommending that benefits should be handled very similar to the way that the accountability reporting is handled. And that's, after the fact. So we think we should be held accountable for those benefits, but after they occur. And that's done on an annual basis after each race case decision. And I think that's a smart way to approach it.
Accountability, though, is separate from how you're calculating the RSE, which should be based on the beginning of the period and the end. I guess I'm saying I don't kind of follow where you were coming from, Chuck, because I think that those are two separate issues.
Well, I see what you're saying. The benefit to us really is, recording these benefits on an after. If we're in a position where we need to forecast benefits for ramp, comparing 2023 to 24, that seems the way things are going here. But to the extent that it's expected that we start forecasting the post-test years in ramp or in our rate cases, I heard a few comments on that. I would argue that the commission has frowned on that on just about every rate case decision that I've seen. A mechanism takes into account after the test year, as some specific projects, like we did PSEP that way. It was a unique circumstance in our last rate case, and we handled it that way. But to date, that's the only time we've forecasted a specific project in the post-test years. And
the utilities, we all got together in the general rate case workshop for report, and it says in there that SDG&E and SoCalGas are the only ones who do it this way. And I think it's a mistake to do it this way. And I think it is going to be harder and harder for the utilities to justify by doing it that way. But separate and apart from that, I think that the main piece that the conceptual piece that the utilities are missing is that it's not just a after the fact analysis, because what is also supposed to happen is in deciding what to do, you are supposed to be taking into consideration the cost effectiveness so that the ratepayer isn't paying for unreasonable projects. So it's supposed to become part of your analysis in deciding what to do.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what you're referring to, Melinda, where you say we're the only utilities to do something. But I would suggest you look at any commission decision in any recent GRC for any utility and observe the language related to bottoms-up project forecasts in the post-test years. It's almost uniformly not approved, and there might be some specific forecasts, like I mentioned on PSEP, but the commission has determined that there are benefits for a mechanism to some degree, as opposed to forecasting specific projects in the post-test.
I'm not disputing that the Sempra utilities have done it that way. I'm saying that the other utilities said in that workshop report that they did not. But either way, it's the attrition mechanism that the way that SDG&E and SoCalGas think of it is not accurate, because even in D20-07-013, the commission uses the term attrition to refer to, let me just read it here, both the scenario where a utility incurs higher costs and its earnings decrease, and the scenario where a utility incurs lower costs and the utility could retain more revenue for its earnings than it forecasts. So it's up and down, and so it's not just a up and up and up. That's unsustainable, and I think it's becoming palpable that that's unsustainable. So the more out of reach our rates become, the more beneficial it will be to SDG&E and SoCalGas to do it by projects, and instead of, you know, assuming that rates should go up.
So Melinda, one thing you did say that I wanted to touch on is you mentioned a workshop report in track 3 of this proceeding. I did want to note that one thing we were confused about is that there are a bunch of workshops that were just announced in track 3 of this proceeding. And we really view this, I think what you're hearing, as this being a GRC, a ramp to GRC integration issue. And workshop 2 and workshop 3 of track 3 are supposed to be covering things. It says in workshop 3, it says risk spend efficiency, GRC forecast, and then workshop 2 also says linking ramps and GRCs. So I don't know if we want to talk about the overlap in the 2 tracks, but to us, this seems like it would be appropriate there.
I'm sorry, you might have been misunderstanding. I'm talking about the General Rate Case Plan Workshop Number 4 report from March 11th, 2021. It's on page 15 of that report.
Yeah, it was a combined
workshop. Consolidated, right,
yeah.
Right.
It was a combined workshop between SMAP Track 3 and the Rate Case Plan Workshop 4. And then it was just announced that Track 3, which it was a combined workshop, you're absolutely right, is continuing. And it seems like this issue would squarely fit there. So I didn't know if what the plan was with respect to that.
Yeah, maybe let's go there. So, Steve, not to put you on the spot, but how do you see this playing out going forward? You know, we have the staff proposal, and you know, we appreciate this discussion today. I think we understand the proposal a little bit better, and we hope people understand our initial confusion around how this integrates into a rate case. So how do you see next steps?
Well, the next step is going to be we will finalize our. From my personal perspective, I don't see anything coming out of this discussion today that would make me want to change the staff proposal. So the content of the staff proposal stands. And so it will be up to the decision makers, the judge, and the assigned commissioner's office to decide what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I just, sometimes it's hard to track this. So, and I appreciate that feedback, Steve. So do parties get a chance to comment on the staff report again, or on these workshops, or how does that work?
Actually, probably would be helpful to have, based on this discussions we just had, to have parties. I don't want to turn this into formal comments because I don't have the authority to authorize formal comments. So why don't we have a set of informal comments, and we'll see how it goes. And how about we, how much time do you need to have informal comments?
Steve, I guess this is Katie. My concern with an additional round of informal comments is I don't know that there's anything additional to say without having something to comment upon. So I would say either successive rounds of comments, you know, an opening and a reply, or seeing what the staff report would look like to comment. Otherwise, in particular, I don't know that, you know, like you, I don't know that this conversation has changed the comments that Turn has put out already and our agreement with the staff report as drafted, because I think that you've accurately captured the issue.
Steve, you're on mute right now. I was gonna make a recommendation.
Oh, just a second. I want to inject a thought. I don't believe there's enough time in the proceeding schedule for another round of informal comments anyway. So I think the better avenue probably will be after the decision comes out for parties to comment on the draft, the proposed decision.
Yeah, I was just gonna follow up, and I think Steve said it for providing feedback on the staff recommendation. I think that based on what Steve has said, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like we have had enough discussion and informal written feedback to make our final recommendation, and it will be up to the decision makers to decide whichever way they would they want to make their decision on in the proposed decision. So there would be an opportunity to formally have comments and reply comments on that. So that would be the venue check. And if it does change on SPD's side, I think that we could, if there's any changes, if we do want informal feedback, which as of right now, I don't think we do, but if we meet as a team and decide differently, we will communicate that via email with the technical working group.
Okay, yeah, no, like I said, I think that I'm just curious what next steps are, and I appreciate the discussion today. I think everyone learned a little bit more and understanding, at least our confusion on how the proposal would work. So we appreciate that discussion today very much.
Shayla, if I could, today's the first day that I think I fully grasped Turn's position that they're really only interested in the test years from a settlement agreement proposal, other than the backstop. So I was wondering, Steve, is that something? Is SPD in the same footing as well? I don't know if I heard. Yeah.
I'd like to clarify. I don't think you accurately captured.
Okay.
I'm saying for the purposes of the ramp, the requirement is that you have a test year that uses the appropriate baseline. And you can extrapolate what you will from that, but the settlement requires that the ramp use the proper baseline for the test year.
Which implies that there's only going to be RSE numbers for a single year out of a 4-year GRC cycle. So I just wanted to see if Steve knew that was, or Steve thought that was an implication that is part of the SPD report, or am I misreading?
I don't see that as part of the SPD report. This is Melinda from Protect Our Communities, and if it is, then I join Mason in seeking the clarification.
I don't have a good answer to your question at this time on whether or not that's the implication of the SPD staff proposal, that it limits the RSE only to the test year. I don't believe that's the case.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have thought so either, but after we're talking, it sounds like there's some historical precedent to not necessarily talk about RSEs after the test year, because for one reason. And then if you're basically saying assume everything up to the test year is already done, it's my I could be wrong. I'm totally open to being wrong. I've been wrong a lot just today. It seems like that would imply a situation where we would only be getting RSEs for test years, and if you're on a 4-year cycle, that means you'd only be. I mean, I understand the backstop is there, but other than that, you'd only be getting RSEs on capital projects every 4 years. And to me, I think that is a deal for us to understand. So I just.
Oh, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's accurate, Mason. We're saying in the ramp report.
Yeah.
That is what we're talking about. The use of the proper baseline in the ramp. That is all we are talking about. We are not talking about anything beyond that. And right, so it doesn't change the fact that you have to justify your spending in the general rate case. We're just saying you have to use the proper baseline when you're calculating values in your ramp report.
Yeah, I get that. I just think that implies.
You're putting a lot of words into my mouth that I'm going beyond that.
No, I didn't. I don't think I was putting words in your mouth. I was trying to say that the settlement agreement, if it is only at the test year and we're not doing RCs beyond the test year and we're only doing RC. Oh,
That's what's not clear, Mason. This is Eric Wojcik. I think
okay.
that the base year is what we're really talking about. So I think you're going to be calculating RCs for other years. So
Past the test year.
correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, when you seek reasonableness recovery of cost, this is going to be a piece of information that you include. I'm referring to the ramp. The settlement has a specific process for risk assessment to identify what goes into the ramp, and a specific process for how you score risks that are within the ramp. Then there's a GRC backstop, and you still have the requirements to justify your spending in the GRC.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I think we're a little over time, 6 minutes over, maybe even 10 minutes over for this portion. I think we have just end up the discussion, and then we can talk about the next steps. So next step is really going to be, there are a whole bunch of issues in, there are a whole bunch of issues in track 1 and track 2 in phase 1 that will need to be finalized, and the judge will confer with staff to finalize those issues, and we'll work towards a proposed decision.
Turn the video back on. So cute.
Stephen, by the way, you did not comment on the fact that this beautiful bird literally appeared on your shoulder as you were speaking.
That was
it was like the jury was behind you. It was amazing. So Stephen, if I understand on behalf of SCE that there are no informal comments that are required or solicited right now by staff, and welcome any guidance on the next TWG, you know, what we should prepare for, what you would like from us, you know, thoughts from you, Shayla. And
the next TWG is tomorrow,
right?
And that will be on the safety performance metrics. And my boss and I have just finalized the final list of proposed safety performance metrics.
Okay.
So I have another meeting at 3, and I cannot get out of that. So
no worries.
Yeah, so I will
just try to make sure tomorrow's as productive as possible.
Yeah, work on polishing and finalizing that final proposed list and circulate it to the TWG meeting, the distribution list, around 5 o'clock or so, maybe.
Okay, great.
And
look out for that.
Then utilities can decide which SEEs to invite to the meeting.
Okay, thank you, and I'm very, and thank you. That was the context to ask my question. It's just to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be for tomorrow's proceedings. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve, it might be helpful to kind of give an overview of how you see tomorrow's TWG running. I know you're still, you know, finalizing them. But I think it might be helpful for the TWG members to hear, like, are you going to present them, or like what type of format should they expect and prepare for?
Well, so you guys will see the final proposed list, and I'll give you a little heads up that there will be a good many of the originally proposed metrics that will no longer appear, or you'll see that on the list that we're proposing to delete them based on parties' feedback, comments, and reply comments. And then there are also 3 in the original 26 currently adopted metrics that I am proposing to remove for reasons of duplication. They are duplicative of, either they're duplicative of currently of other metrics on the list, or the the data that are intended to be captured by those metrics are already subsumed into another metric. So I'm proposing to remove those, and we can talk about those tomorrow. And you'll see the list and the reasonings, the justifications and the reasonings behind the thought process as to why I made certain changes. And then we'll go through the list of changes one by one. And that will probably eat up a whole chunk of time. And then I'll also use the time to address certain concerns expressed by the utilities on some of the metrics, especially the expanded wires down metric. So I want to talk to your SMEs as to, I want to get clarifications from them as to why they're objecting. So they made certain statements which I don't fully agree with. So I want to get their thoughts on them, and maybe we can get clarifications on their thought process. So anyway.
Thank you, Steve. With that, I think we are finished with our technical working group meeting, unless there's any more questions. Thank you to our IT staff for coming and supporting today's meeting, and for SPD's Alicia Russell for making sure these meetings run smoothly and helping out with our side of the IT portion.
Thank you, especially.
Sheila, on behalf of all the parties, I think I speak for it. Thank you to you and Stephen. Appreciate it very much. Thanks so much.
Definitely. And the rest of SPD as well, and RASA staff.
Yes, of course. The
Always
whole
on.
team, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're front facing, but we appreciate what everyone does here, and appreciate everything you have to do to make all of this work when we're all remote still. So thank you so much. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.